It's recording now. Okay. Um, After the break, we finished to talk about the local monitoring with endpoints or software agents. Um, we have to finish this exercise to practice with the creation of modules of endpoints. Um, I'll let you the, 5 minutes to finish the exercise and the rest of the people to join to the meeting after the break. And um, after around 5 minutes, we correct the exercise. Tell me you have any question about the exercise, and um, just tell me please if you finish and you have any problem with the exercise. I'll let you 5 minutes um, to finish this exercise. Can be done in your in the endpoint installed in the Pandora server installed in your VM. So I don't think you have promised to do it. I'll let you 5 minutes to finish. Okay, we are going to correct the exercise. It says create the following monitoring in the installed endpoint on your Pandora server. A model that counts the number of files in various Pandora data in directory, such that when it reaches 20, it goes into warning state, and when it is 50, it goes into critical state. This directory, for your information, is the directory where the data server of Pandora server read the XML files that comes from the endpoints installed in our environment. If there's an accumulation of files here in this directory in your Pandora server, it indicates that we have some problems of performance in most of the times. But we will see this in the course PAE, okay? About the data server and performing settings in our environment. For now, when the exercise, in install endpoint in your Pandora server, in my case, my the endpoint installed in my Pandora server is this one. Okay. A model that counts the number of files in this directory. So it's pretty similar to the model that I created before. I go to modules, create module, endpoint module, number of files in data. The model type must be generic numeric, and in data configuration, load basic, and in module exec tag means that the command, we can test the command in our machine before configuring the module to count the number of files in that directory. We can use this command. Okay. And after check that the command works and returns only when data in our machine, we can set here in the module exec in our module, and it said when it reaches 20, it goes into warning, and when it reaches 50, it goes into critical state. We can set here meaning warning and mean critical 20, or here 50. Okay. And that's all. We wait the next interval, and the module will start reporting. Okay, number of files in daytime. And the other one, monitor the postfix service. In case it is stopped, it must be started automatically. Okay. So first, we're going to check with which command can we achieve that in the machine. We can um, um, we can configure if the postfix service is running or not with PS a command or with a systemctl postfix dot. I don't know. Is postfix? Yes, it's postfix dot service grep active, running, and we come the lines to create a boolean with the status of postfix. If it is a stop, this tag doesn't exist, so the grep doesn't return anything, and this count will be 0. So we can create a boolean with um, this command, or get postfix master with this avoid the grep output, and we count the lines. We can use the command that we want to monitor the if the service is running or not. This one or this one. Okay, I'm gonna use this one. And I'm going to add the module at the end of the configuration file, just for you to see that it is another way to add the module. I am going to copy another module and change the module exec with my command. Okay, generate proc. I can change the name, service postfix. And it says, in case it is a stop, it must be started automatically. That we can achieve with post condition. Okay, module condition. If it is a stop, the data of the module will be 0, module condition 0, and we need to set the command that will be launched if this condition is done. It is systemctl start postfix.service. Okay, with this module post condition, module condition 0, systemctl start postfix service. I prefer control if I want to start a service in the case that I am monitoring a service and I want to check if it is down and I want to automatically be up, or when the test is down, I prefer configuring this with alerts, not with post condition. Why? Because with alerts, we can configure exactly the number of times or when the command will be launched. The command of start the service will be launched. In this case, in every interval that detects that this module returns this value, or in every 5 minutes, it is going to try to launch this command. Okay, but maybe we don't want, maybe we are not want that. Maybe we want that it tries to restart one time, and maybe if after the automatically restart continues down, the module alert us. Okay, maybe we want that, and that is more customizable with alerts. Okay, but this is a way to use, just an example to use post condition. Okay, press an date and the uh, the exercise is done. Okay, we have the service postfix with service postfix. I don't see. Number of facing data in number of processes is the number of facing data in the number 10. Okay, this is the model that we created in here. In the next interval, this model will start working. Okay, that's all regarding local monitoring. Um, it is very, in fact, it's not common to use this conditional monitoring. It is very situational, but for you to know that you have this option in case you want to use it, but you don't need to. There's environment that without any use or conditional monitoring, it is it is uncommon. Schedule monitoring is situational also, but the specific modules overall, this module service or module proc with Windows agents are very common. They are very important to know their existence. Okay, we're going to see the next block of Pandora FMS Discovery. Discovery is a set of tools to simplify the monitoring through wizards. It consists of Discovery application, Discovery clouds, console tags, Discovery hosts and devices, and managed Disco packages. Before Discovery, we had to use plugins, agent plugins or server plugins to be able to monitor different technologies. For example, if we want to monitor external database, external MS SQL or MySQL database, we needed to use a plugin and configure manually with a configuration file to be able to configure the monitoring of that external the database. Now we use the same plugins because at low level it uses the same plugins as before, but Discovery make us easier the configuration of that plugins. And we have plugins for applications, plugins for cloud systems, and console task and Discovery hosts and devices are different. The console task, we can configure automation tasks such as the backups or the backup of the database of Pandora server, the execution script in the server, and with the Discovery hosts and devices, we can configure network scans and device importation to create new agents through a scan of a network. Okay, we're going to see in this block. It starts with Discovery hosts and devices. Okay, we're going to see generally how it works. Um, to go to the discovery tool, we have to go to management discovery. Okay. Um, if you are fans of Star Trek, maybe you notice that this icon is an icon for Star Trek, and it is okay. um, that icon it's kind of a copy of Star Trek because the developer is a fan. So, in the case you notice, um, here in Discovery, we have the Discovery of hosts and devices, and the Discovery is application and cloud. Okay, we are going to start, um, or we can press on start. Here is the same as this menu. With the host and devices discovery. Okay, the host and devices we can import a CCV. It is useful to add or to create agents in new installations because we can create a CCV file that must have the fields in this following order. Okay? The agent alias, the IP address, the OS ID, the interval, group ID, and description. And if we configure that file and we upload here the file, the agent that we added in this CCV file will be created. That agent will be created empty without any modules, but it is useful because if we have a list of the devices that we want to add to our monitoring, we can create a CCV with that list of devices, upload here, and when we have the data agents already created, empty without modules, we can apply polysize that it is the templates that we talked before with different modules and deploy our monitoring in a very easy way. Okay. We're going to create just to see a CCV file to add a couple of agents. Uh, and I show you how it works. Okay. I'm going to open here. Okay, first the agent alias, agent one, for example, IP address, mm, OS ID. To see the OS ID, we can go here, resources operating system. And if we want to create our agents with OS ID other, for example, the ID for order is 10. 10. Interval in seconds. We use the interval as default, 5 minutes. Group ID. We can find the group ID. The group changed the of the places also in the last version. Module groups, manage agent groups. For example, network. I'm going to close this tab. Network has the ID 9 and a description. A description is optional. Okay. Okay, and agent 2 with the same values. And in another group. For example, it doesn't matter. We save this file as a CCV. And the delimiter, in my case, comma. Okay. Okay. With the delimiter is a comma, each line for each agent. And here I'm going to upload the file. Separator is, in my case, is a comma. Here we can set if the alias's name is the same that we saw when we created the agent manually. And this at default monitoring is if we want to add automatically the modules host alive and host latency to the agents created um, with the import or not, or without or empty without any modules. Oh, agent 1 and agent 2 process successfully. And if we go to see our agents, agent 2 in group unknown with these two modules, because I check the monitoring to create these the two modules, and the other one in network. Okay, with these two modules. Okay, I see that the target IP for this module is empty. I don't know if it's maybe a bug. I had to check in the last version, because it is empty. That modules will be not in forever. But our main goal is to create agents empty in the most of the cases, and then when they are created, when an IP address already added, apply a policy with all the modules and all the monitoring that we want to add to those agents. When I'm working um, in making new environments, in configuring new environments, that's the if the client provide me the list of the devices that they want to add to the tool. I in the most of the cases, I use this tool to start to configuring the platform. I import a CCV with the list of the devices that I want to add, and then I create a policy with the modules that they want to add for each of the agent, and then I apply to the agents. And I think it is the fastest way to starting to configure in a new environment. Okay, but for that we need a list of the devices. Another tool that we can add through discovery to add new devices is a network scan. Okay, that it is a scan of a network or networks that we want, and Pandora server must reach that network. And for each of the device that it detects as working in that network, it will create an agent automatically. Okay. I'm going to create a net scan so you can see where, how it is done. Network, for example, group. This is the group where the agents detected by the net scan will be added, and the group that can change the user with the access to the group to this group can see this network scan when it access to task list of discovery. Okay, a network scan simple or advanced. Okay, here we can set the network or networks that we want to check. In my case, network 50. We can configure a blacklist. We can import a list of networks here through a file. Okay. Review results. This token, the function is that if we let this token uncheck, it will scan all of this network, and for each agent detected, it will be created into Pandora automatically. But if we check these review results, when the scan of the network is completely finished, we can see which devices is up and select the devices that we want to add to our Pandora. I prefer let these review results check, so I can select the the devices that we want to add to our tool. We want to create a network map with this net scan. To configuration rules, there are rules that we can configure, such as if a new agent with operating system Windows it is added to our environment, apply automatically the policy. This is an auto configuration rule that we can configure, but it's outside of this network scan. Scan SNMP network interfaces. In this case, we have to check the credentials to try the version and the community for each device. Enable this token will makes that the network scan takes more time because for each device it has to scan if the SNMP is responding or not. Scan SNMP not hardware is to add more SNMP modules. The same for BMI. The host names. It is for adding as the alias of the agents as the host name, as the DNS name. Okay. and scan additional information. I don't know what it is, if I'm honest. I have to check the manual. Um, and with this information, we can finish. And when the progress is done, as we mark review results, we will see here the option to review the results, and we can add the agents, the uh, the devices detected by this network scan to our to as new agents into our Pandora. But it takes some time, so we let this network scan finish, or it is finished because I didn't enable the SNMP scan, that it takes longer. Okay, it is finished. So here we can view the result, or here it is the same. Okay, in my network, in the network that I said, we have alive these all of these IPs. In the case that I enable the SNMP checks, here I I can select not only host alive, but all the more modules about SNMP, the modules about the interfaces, the status and the traffic of the interfaces. Okay. In my case, as I disable that option, I only can create this agent with host alive. If I want to add these two agents to Pandora as new agents, I can select these two agents and pressing OK. Schedule for creation, and if I see the list of my agents, the two agents, okay, will be automatically created. Okay, with host alive model. In the case that I want to configure a NetScan without review results, and as long as I am adding new devices to my network, I want to be created automatically as new agents. I can create my network scan without review results options, with that option disabled. And when the net scan it is launched and it detects new devices, it will be added to our Pandora monitoring automatically. Okay, the interval of this network scan is very low. I recommend to maybe configuring the network scan to be launched once a day or once a week. Depends of when we add new devices to our network. Okay. To see the task created for our discovery, or the task that we are going to see, we can see it here in management, discovery, task list. In this case, host and devices task. Okay, we can see the task that we created, and we can delete it, disable, and view the map created to this task. In my case, it is a simple network, but if I had another devices connected between each other, it will detect um, all the relationship between the agents. Okay, this is all about network scan. Okay, um, to use discovery um, as the deployment or plugins to monitoring new applications. Okay, we can do that through this application menu. With the default installation, we deploy some plugins. In fact, there is no disco file in my plugins. Okay, I'm going to explain how this discovery application works. Here, in this menu of manage disco packages, we can see the plugins that the discovery plugins that we add to our Pandora server. In this case, this action indicates that it doesn't exist, the plugins in our system. But we can download the .disco package to import to Discovery through the marketplace that we saw before. So we have to go to the marketplace, marketplace.pandorafms.com, and search here for the technology that we want to add to our monitoring. For example, if we want to monitor MySQL databases, we can look for MySQL, and we need to be sure that we download the discovery package here, discovery pandorafms.mysql. We can see here the change log of the version of the plugin, and here the files with the different versions. If we click here in this download, we will download the last version daily. And here we can access to the documentation. And it is very useful to configure the to learn how to configure our each plugin. Okay, we're going to test this one of MySQL because we all have a MySQL database to be able to monitor. It is the own Pandora MySQL database. So here we access to the marketplace. We look for MySQL and we press on download. Okay, we download the package, and in our Pandora, we go to management, discovery, manage disco package, and we import the disco that we just download, or log disco. There is another application with the sensor name pandorafms.mysql. Do you want to override the application and all of these contents? This message is always appear just to be sure that we are going to change all or the plugin that Pandora server had for the new one. We press on confirm and look. Notice that in this plugin of MySQL that I just loaded, this icon disappeared. So this plugin is available to configure a new discovery task. In this case, MySQL is an application discovery plugin. So if I go to management, discovery application, and if I click to MySQL, we can create a new MySQL task to monitor a remote database. Okay. This configuration depends of the type of the plugin. Okay. And to learn how to configure each plugin, we have this configuration, this documentation, sorry, that we can find the link here in the marketplace. In the case of MySQL, this first section is always the same. MySQL, Discovery Server Group. Every time that we see group in Discovery plugin, it indicates the group where the new agent created by this task will be added, will be automatically added. In this case, as MySQL is a database, I am going to add to the group databases. This is the interval that we want to launch this discovery task, and all the modules created by this task will be updated in each interval, in this interval. By default, 5 minutes, and in the case of discovery task, the most of the time we want to update the module every 5 minutes. Okay, and this is the timeout for the task. Default 1 minute, but maybe we configure a task in the case, for example, of MS SQL for more than one database, and it takes more time to end the task, and maybe we have to increase this timeout. Okay, but if the task stop by timeout, we will see in the review of the task. Okay, don't worry about that. We click on next. And this configuration that depends of the planning that the discovery task that we want to create. In the case of MySQL, here we can see either help or how to configure. In this case, we have to indicate the server and port. I want to configure a task to monitor the Pandora FMS own database. So it is enough. But if I want to configure more than one database, I can configure in more lines. Okay. But the user and password, I only can set one time. So all these targets must use the same user and password. Okay. Okay. Here we have the mass threads that the server will use for this task. More threads indicates less time for the plugin to be launched, but more resources will use for Pandora server. Okay, in this case, it's a very simple task. So with just one thread, it is enough. Here in this target agent, we can set the name of the agent that will be created by the task, MySQL in this case. If we want to set a prefix for the modules created by the tags, a prefix will appear before the name of the modules. Okay, in my case, I don't want. If we want to scan the databases, to create an agent per databases, or if I want to add all the databases modules in the same agent, this one. And here through tokens, I can configure what I want to add to our monitoring of MySQL. Those tokens depends of the technology that I want to monitor. In this case of MySQL, we have these tokens, but if I want to add a Oracle or another engine of a database, this token will change. Okay, and here I can configure custom queries in the case that I want to create modules um, for my SQL query, and I want to configure that query manually. Okay. In my case, just for the sample, I configure this. Um, it will be launched automatically. Okay. It is already launched in this case because it is a task making queries from their own database, so uh, it is very quick. And here we can see the summary of the task. Okay, target target app one, total agents one, and target agents one, because I only configure one target in this task. I can disable the task, delete or edit the task for edit the configuration of the task, and we're going to see what it is created for the task. It should be in an agent named MySQL. Okay, so I look for my agent, MySQL. It is on the group databases. That is the group configured on the of the task. Okay, and that discovery plugin creates all of these tokens. There are more, okay, but they are in not in its state because of the type of the module. Notice it's generic numeric incremental, okay, and they need two intervals to take data incremental modules. I remember. In this case, if I want to force these modules and refresh the data, although it's a remote modules, will do won't do anything. Okay, because this model is created by a discovery task. So if we want to force those models, we have to go to the discovery task, in this case is an application, and force this task. Okay, when this progress is finished, the models will be updated. Okay, 5 seconds, and all the models incremental uh, are created. Okay, here we have the availability of the database size, information about the queries, aborted connections. It's a very powerful tool because it's very simple to configure. And if we need more modules, we can set our custom queries here. Okay, and with the name of the modules that we want to add, and that this depends of the type of the discovery task. We have discovery task for also for VMware, for another database engine, and in the case of cloud for Azure or Amazon. Okay, also for Google. Okay, in the marketplace you can find a lot of or all of plugins or discovery plugins that we have. Azure, OneView, Elastic, Office 365, okay, MongoDB, and this is continuously increasing these plugins as we are developing the new plugins. Okay. Um, that's all about uh, create a new task about discovery. Um, we also have a console task that allow us to schedule the execution of recurrent task in our Pandora server um, and only in our Pandora server. Okay, I mean to configure new console task here management discovery new console task and the task that we can configure is backup of Pandora FMS database call a PHP function. I never use this task, if I'm honest. Execute custom script, save custom report to disk, previously configured. For now, we don't know how to configure reports, but we'll see in the next blocks. Send custom report by email, schedule at the time that we want. Um, this created for template and this send the report automatically by the email. For example, if we want to configure a backup of Pandora FMS database, we select this task, we select the schedule that we want to configure. If we want to create a backup maybe quickly, okay. We can configure the next execution, for example, tomorrow, and the hour. And this group is the group that can edit and see this console task. If we want to set a description for the task, is optional. The path on the disk of Pandora server that where we want to save the backup and how many backups we want to save in um, this folder. I configure in this case schedule weekly, and the next execution will be tomorrow at 2 a.m. So tomorrow at 2 a.m. Will create in this path a new backup, and on the next week, the next Wednesday at 2 p.m. we'll create the next backup on the this day, the day 5. The next week at 2 p.m. the next backup, and the next as it is the fourth backup, will delete the older backup, the backup of tomorrow. Sorry, I made a mistake with the day. This is the first backup, second backup, third backup, and on the fourth backup, it will delete the older backup to create a new one because the active backups that I configure is 3. 3 is the maximum. Okay, can create this console task. And I can see all the task that I configure here in discovery, task list, console task. If I want to create a backup right now, I can force the execution, okay? And I can edit the console task, delete or disable the task, okay? Um, it talk about the disco packages. We already talked about that. And we have another exercise. In your case, I don't know if your Pandora server can reach any network. So in the exercise, I set this network, but in your case, if it is not responding any device in this network, it won't detect any. So that's no problem. The goal is to learn for you to create the network task. Is it's not necessary to detect any device. Uh, uh, okay, I let you 10 minutes to finish the exercise, and we correct. It is very pretty similar that I did in the training. I did in the explication. So I let you some minutes, and we correct, and we continue with the next next block, that it is the inventory. Okay, we're going to correct the exercise. Create a network discovery task for this network. I repeat, I did before, but I repeat. To get a new network task, we go to management, discovery, host and devices, network scan. You have to select a task name, a group where the agents would be added, the interval of the task. I recommend once a day as maximum. Okay, but that depends on your of the network. And we press on advanced. If we set on simple because this is new, I don't know what network will scan, in fact. But we select advanced, and we select the network that we want. In the case of the SSH, this one. We can check review result or no or not. And in the case that we want to enable the SNMP, we have to create SNMP credentials before. We can go here to the credential store and add a new key of the type SNMP and set the version and community in the case of version 2, or the authentication in the case of version 3 with the name that we want, and select those credentials here. And for each device, it tries to create SNMP modules or to scan the SNMP modules to be added to the monitoring. So that task with SNMP enabled, it takes more time to finish. Okay. So in the case of the exercise, you can check only the review results, and that's all. It doesn't matter that we don't find any device because it's just an example. Create an application monitoring task for the Pandora FMS database itself. It's the same that we created before. First, we need to import the Disco package of MySQL. Here in Manage Disco Packages, you have to import the MySQL, the Disco file that we can find in the marketplace. The user to log in into the marketplace, it is the same as the user that you have to access to support platform, and it is provided with the license of Pandora FMS. When you have a new license, it creates a user for our support platform, and it is the same user that you need to use to log into the marketplace to be able to download this MySQL, MySQL or whatever application Disco file. Okay, and when it is loaded, go to application MySQL, MySQL 2, the group where the agent will be created. From the database of Pandora itself is localhost IP, user Pandora. The password is this one. Is the password as default. target agent we can indicate one or not, and the rest of the tokens, the SSH doesn't mention about that, so it doesn't matter. And when it is finished, if we go to databases, or in which group I added, and it is added into this agent also, and that's all for the SSH. Schedule a backup of the Pandora FMS database once a week, every Sunday at 5 a.m. You must retain backups for the last 4 weeks. Okay, we can do it through console task, management discovery, new console task, backup of Pandora FMS database once a week. So the schedule is weekly. Every Sunday, we can remove these dates from here, but they are not necessary because if we set the next execution on Sunday, the next Sunday, at 5 a.m., and we configure the schedule weekly, the next execution will be the next Sundays. So there's no need to configure anything here to remove. Remove days from here. It is useful if we schedule a task daily, and I want to the task to be launched not on Fridays, for example, not on Saturday and Sundays. We can configure daily task. I don't. With the daily task, I can configure the weekly. It's not much so. There's a bit of nonsense, this configuration, because if I configure the schedule weekly, for the next execution on Sunday, it will be launched only on Sundays. So selecting the days here or not is not, it's a nonsense. And retain backup for the last 4 weeks. Active backup 4. And that's all. Okay, and with that, the SSH is done. We're going to start the next chapter after the 15 minutes break. That it is the inventory. It is a short chapter in which we explain the characteristic of inventory. Okay, inventory. Pandora FMS allows to have an inventory of the devices monitored by Pandora FMS. We can configure inventory to be launched local or remote. Local through the endpoint, to the scripts integrated into Pandora FMS software agent or endpoint, and remote through the network through plugins that routes against the device. You see. Okay. I want to show you how inventory, what inventory is, and what kind of data we extract so you can understand what is inventory. This is the inventory view. Okay, in this view, we can see for all of these agents the IP address, the version of the operating system, the last contact, etc. But I want to see another inventory model. Okay, we see for this agent, the CPU model is this one. For this agent, the CPU model and the speed is this one because I have the inventory enabled for this agent, and I am filtering by the my module of CPU. I can filter by the all models to see all the information. That's what I want to see. Um, that's the main inventory view. Okay. In this case, I have the inventory enabled in this agent locally, and we have all these inventory modules. I have enabled the CPU inventory module, and I am able to see the CPU of those agents. I have the RAM inventory module enabled, so I can see the RAM of this on this agent, the video target of this agent, the network network interface for this agent, the type of the hard disk for those agents because of the inventory, if they have unit of CD-ROM or not, the software installed, all the software installed in those agents. There are a lot of pages because we start all the software. The services initialized for each agent. The file system created in each agent. Users created in those agents. Routes. Information about security. Okay, that's the inventory view, the main inventory view that we can filter with the information that we want. How we can enable the inventory for our agents, because if we see the inventory for in my system, I see only the basic info, but if I filter by all modules, all inventory modules, I don't see anything because I do not have the inventory enabled in my agents. We also can see the inventory enabled in the agents in the agent view. If I go in my other machine to an agent with the inventory enabled, we see here all the inventory for this agent, for this specific agent. Okay, in this tab, inventory. How we can enable the inventory for an agent in our system? There are two ways. Via local script or via remote script. This is what it says here, local or remote. If we have an endpoint installed in a machine where we want to extract the inventory, we usually use the local inventory plugins, okay, because they are very easy to configure, and configuring remote is a nonsense if we extract the data via script. So how we can configure? That depends operating system of our agent. Okay. Enable the inventory module is different in Windows and in Linux systems. We're going to see the two systems. We are going to start with Windows endpoints. Inventory modules are a script that we have to enable that we install at the time when we install the endpoint. It is when we install the endpoint, it contains the script of the inventory that we need to use. So only we have to enable that plugins. So we can enable that in here in the agent management. Inventory, this is for remote. In plugins, we can enable here in plugins inventory plugins are those ones with this format. Okay, this is the inventory plugin to extract the data of the CPU. This is to extract the data for the disk drives, from the CD-ROM, from the interfaces, to extract the data of the printers, to extract the data of the RAM. Okay, in the name, you will see what data you extract. Okay, but they are these plugins. To enable these plugins, if you want to enable this for disk drive, for example, you just need to go to the agent plugins, and in the plugin that you want to enable, press here on enable. Okay, and in the next execution of the agent, it will update the information of the inventory, because that information is extracted by this plugin. You can enable the plugins that you want, and that's all. Is for enable the local inventory is as simple as that, because those plugins, I repeat, it is administered with the endpoint, with the installation of the endpoint. If I go on the next execution here and view, we will see the tab of inventory. We are going to wait for the next execution, and we check this agent again. This is for Windows. To enable an inventory plugin in Linux is it's different, but I think it is even easier. Okay, I'm going to go to software agent Linux, and if I go to plugins, we have this one. We have this line, only one line, but in only one line we can indicate what which information we want to enable for this for the inventory for this agent. This is the name of the plugin of the inventory. The name is just inventory, followed by this is the time where we want to update the information about the inventory for this agent. This is in days. Okay, this 7 means that the information of the inventory for this agent will be updated each 7 days. If we set on 0, will be updated in on the next on every intervals. Okay, and then it is followed by the inventory information that we want to extract. This is the same that the launching the inventory plugin manually. Okay, the inventory plugin is in a machine where we install an endpoint. Is here. User share Pandora agent. Plugins inventory. Okay, we launch this plugin. We see the usage, the interval. 0 is every interval, and the inventory information that we want to extract. If we want all the information, we can launch like this without anything. Inventory and the interval, and that's all. It extracts all the data about the inventory in this agent. Okay, if I want only the CPU and the RAM, for example, we can set CPU and RAM, and look this format inventory module. This will be added at the end of the XML file that this software agent sent to the Pandora server. So this is the way to add more inventory information through the agent. In this case, we see the CPU and the memory because I said that. To enable in my agent, because I launch manually, but it does nothing. It's just for test. Inventory 0 and CPU and RAM I want. I can delete all of this, update, and then enable. Or if I go to remote configuration, inventory, I uncomment and press on update. And that's all. In the next execution, the inventory information will be updated. We're going to see in the Windows agent if it updates the data. Not for now, but we're going to force. We're going to get the interval to force the next execution. And in the Linux, inventory, and now the inventory of the CPU and RAM that I enabled is updated. And if I go to operation inventory, filters, all, I can see the information of my agent here. We saw that this is one way to enable the inventory modules, but it's not the only one, because sometimes we want the inventory of a remote agent in which we cannot install an endpoint. So we need, in that case, to use the inventory modules remotely. Okay, so we can see which inventory modules we have available and configuring new ones if we want here in configuration, management configuration, inventory modules. Okay, we have these modules, remote local for Windows and Linux. In this case, it is important to set and select the correct operating system for our agents. Okay, because to enable remote inventory modules, we only can select the remote inventory modules that belongs to the same operating system as the agent, between the agent and the inventory module. For example, this inventory module for Cisco interface remote inventory. The operating system is Cisco. Okay, if I want to any agent that is not Cisco, this one, for example, my Windows machine, my operating system is Windows. And if I try to configure new inventory here, the remote inventory, I won't see this inventory module of Cisco interface remote inventory. Okay. But if I create, or if I change, for example, in this agent one, I change the operating system to Cisco. Update. And if I try to set the remote inventory, I see the inventory plugins that belongs to the same operating system as my agent. Okay. Here we can see all the inventory modules configured in Pandora. And if I click in one, I can select the operating system that can configure this remote inventory. And I can see the code of the remote check. Okay. There are some configure using Perl, but we can configure more inventory modules if we want. We can create a new one if we need to. Just I suggest to create new ones. Just copy one of the existing inventory modules to see the format that we have to follow. But at the end is a script that connects remotely to a machine, and the return of this script must be this format, must follow this format. If I configure a script that the exit is the name, path name, and state in the output, it is valid for a new inventory module. Okay, and to configure the remote inventory modules is through here. I have to go to the agent where I want to enable this remote inventory module, and in setup tab in inventory, I select a module that I want to enable, the interval in which we want to update this information. Target, it is already filled with the IP address of the agent. and the username and password because I, the most of the inventory plugins uh, must connect to a device, usually via SSH, to extract the data that we need. So to connect, we need a username and password. Okay. In our case, we configure a username and password, and we click on that. It is added. We can force. In my case, it won't connect. Okay. And if it extracts some data here in view, in inventory, we will see the output of our remote inventory model. Okay. It is a bit of hardest to configure than local inventory, but it's different because we will use local inventory if we have an endpoint installed in that machine. But if we cannot because we want to extract data of a router or switch, for example, that in which we cannot install an endpoint, we need to use these inventory remote plugins. Okay, all of this is explained here. And the case study, it is the same that we did before. Enable the inventory in the endpoint installed by default your Pandora FMS servers and view it. Just go to the agent installed in your Pandora server and go to remote configuration and look for inventory and uncomment this line and set to 0 if you want to start the data right now. And you can set like this to start all the data of all the inventory or select the inventory that you want to extract. Press on update and that's all. Or go to plugins and edit through here. Okay, inventory. It is the same. It is the same editing from here than editing from here. It is it is the same. Okay, this agent plugins view edits the remote configuration directly. Sometimes I prefer edit directly the remote configuration and that's all. Okay, the next block is also very important because it is for configuring the alerts. We have another break of 15 minutes. So we are going to start this next block in 15 minutes. Okay, and we left the alerts, graphs and reports, visual consoles, and dashboards. Okay, I think we are in time. Okay, in 15 minutes, we come back to continue with the block of alerts. Okay, see you in 15 minutes after the rest. Okay, I'm going to mute myself and to shut down the camera for 15 minutes. Okay, we're going to continue with the next block. What are the alerts? Very important block because um, in a monitoring system, um, alerts is one of the main or configuring the alerts is one of the main goal. Be able to advertise that something is wrong in our system without the need of go to the portal to the console and see that what is incorrect. There's one thing before that I like to mention every time that I talk about this, the alerts on Pandora FMS. Before start of configuring the alerts, an alert in Pandora is an action that the Pandora server does when an alert is triggered, but not always is sending an email or sending an SMS or sending a notification in a platform of notifications, right? An alert could be sending an email, but also could be launch a script from Pandora server that restart via SSH service or executing a plugin that or write a test in a log. Not only alerts are not only um, sending an email because it is one of the most common errors that we have with the system alerts in Pandora. Alerts is more things than that, more complex. In Pandora, the alert system is composed of three elements: commands, action, and templates. The commands are the final execution that Pandora FMS servers will carry out. The actions, in the action, we can define the way in which the command will be executed. When we create a command, we can configure some macros that will be automatically filled with the information of the alert. And in the actions, we set finally the value of that macros. Okay. And templates. Templates defines the alert triggering conditions when the alert must be triggered. If we want to trigger the alert all the days of the week or only in the weekends, at what hour, if we want of alert to be executed all the day or only on the morning, how many times will be executed in a row, each 5 minutes, it will, each hour, one per day. All of that configuration will be configured in the templates. With commands, this is the execution performed on Pandora FMS servers. It is possible to create as many commands as we need. There are some internal commands that cannot be deleted or modified, such as sending an email. Not so much, but there's some commands that comes from the default installation of Pandora FMS that we cannot edit. like the action of send an email, as it's here. To create new commands, we have to go to alert commands. Okay, we're going to make an example of and create new command and take a look at the commands that um, we have already created in a Pandora default installations. We have to go to management, alerts, and in alerts we see templates, action, and commands. Okay, separated here by the blank line. If we go to commands, we see that some of them cannot be edited, as the email command, monitoring event, create an internal audit in the internal audit of Pandora FMS entry, and some of them. But some of them can be edited, like send message with through Google Chat. We can edit this command. Okay, and we can create more commands. Um, the command, the most important thing to understand about the commands is that there are actions that will be launched always from Pandora FMS server. That means that if we want an alert to restart some service when it is failing, as we did with the post condition, we cannot configure a command that with only the command to restart the service. We cannot create a command with just systemctl restart and the name of the service, because that command won't be launched in the machine where the service is failing. Um, yeah, if that machine is the Pandora server itself, yes, but it's not the most common scenario. I mean, if I have this agent on my computer, the Windows, and I am monitoring this service, and I want to create an alert to restart this service when it is failing, I cannot create a command with a simple systemctl restart and the name of the service. I need to create a command that connects from Pandora server to this machine and then execute the command line that we want. Okay, because all the commands are executed from Pandora server. It is very important to understand that regarding commands. To create a command, we need to press create. We can set the name that we want. In this case, I'm going to create a simple command to type something in a log file. Type in log file. And this, we have to configure the command itself that it will be launched in the Pandora server as a command line. In this case, I want to create a command that type the value of the module that triggered the alert in a log file. Okay. For that, we can use some macros to use in the alert system. Okay. If we go on Pandora FMS manual, alert macros, alert system. macros for event alerts. Macro list. Here in this macro list, here, the last point, we can see all the macros that we can use in the actions and in commands of Pandora FMS alert. These macros will be substituted by the information of the agent or the module that triggers the alert. In this case, if we need to change or to fill the the information of our alert with the IP address of the agent, we can use this macro address. It is easier to see if we see the action of sending an email. Okay, this is the email send it as default in any Pandora FMS system. Okay, I think I can show you an email. I think maybe not. Maybe not because I don't have any in spam. Uh, a second, Pandora FMS. I'm not going to have any email in my mail in my personal email. But this is the email send it as default in Pandora FMS. The test that we have in the mail, we have bad news for you. Something is on. Module status is a macro that it will be changed with the status of the module that triggered the alert. Generally warning or critical. If the alert is triggered because a module changed to critical status, we will see we have bad news for you. Something is on critical status. Monitoring details, the data of the module, the last data, the data that triggered the alert. Module status, it is the same as here, critical or warning. Agent, this macro will be changed by the alias of the agent. Macro address to be changed by the IP address configured in the agent. The name of the module that triggered the alert. The description of the module in case that we have one configured, and the timestamp that when it is triggered the alert. But we can use more macros if we want, and we can see the list here in the manual. We can use all of these macros. There's a lot of them. Okay, so to configure a command to type something in a log file, you can use the command echo and the macro data and send the last data of the module to a log file. For example, this root alert. Or the root can be changed by macros that we can fill in the action in the case that we can change later. For example, field one. And here in field one, log file, path, and this is the default value, root alert. This is an example of a module. Press on create, type in log file. After creating the command, we have to create an action and associate the command. There's no need to create always a command. If you only want to send an email, the action to send the email, it is already created. So you can avoid the step of creating a command. But to show us a sample, I am going to create an alert that create all the steps. Okay. After creating a command, we have to create an action and associate this that command. We need to, or we have some action created as default. Okay. For example, to send a Telegram message, we have one to send a Telegram, and we need to fill this chat ID, and this is already configured. Okay. To create an action, we need to press here on create action, set a name, type in log, and associate with the command that we just created, type in log file. And this is a preview of the command. Here, we will see the macros that we configure in the command. If you remember, I configure just one macro in my command, type in log file, that it is the log file path, and I use the content of this macro here. So in the action, I can change the content of the macro that I set on the command. What is the reason of this? I can use, imagine that I need more than one alert. I want to create an alert that type this macro in this log file, but I want to create for another module an alert that types the same macro, but in another log file. So I can, with only one command, create more than one action, and in each action we can change the log file in which we want to write. Or it is easier to understand if we see the action for Pandora FMS email, because here in the destination address we can change the email in which we are going to receive the email, and we can create more than one actions, one action with some email address, and another action with another name if we want, with another email addresses, and set to different modules to receive different emails if we want to configure like that. Here we can change the content of the macro if we want. It is set by the macro that is set in the by default here. I could set this in blank, and in that case, there's no information here when I create a new action. Okay, and that's all. With that configuration, I can create the action. This is the this the boxes that we need to configure um, for the command with the alerts trigger. And if we configure the recovery for this alert, the recovery is optional. It will be launched here. Maybe, for example, with the sample again, with the mail to admin for the email message when the alert is triggering. We have some bad news for you. Something is on critical status, for example. But in recovery, we have good news for you. Alert has been recovered. Okay, the test that we want to launch when the alert is triggered is one, and when the alert is recovered is another one. Maybe in all alert or in our template, we don't want to configure anything on the recovery. It is possible, but in that case, we can let these these boxes in blank without any information. Okay, and the template. In the template, we need to set when, in which condition the alert will be triggered. Okay, for example, test. This severity is not very important. It's just for information. And here we have the conditions of this action. Here we can configure the time threshold that it is linked by the max number of alerts. Okay, if we want to configure an alert that is triggered once a day, we can set like this. But if we want to configure an alert that triggers once per hour, we can set this set like this with this configuration. We can set here 2 times per day. Okay, with this configuration, when the alert is triggered, imagine that the alert is sending an email. Okay, when the alert is triggered, the alert is triggered when the module changes to critical status. Okay, and when the alert is triggered, it sends an email, and as the max number of alert is 2, at the next interval of the module, 5 minutes as default, the alert will be triggered again. So if the action linked to this template is sending an email, it means that as time threshold is 1 day and the max number of alert is 2, when a module is in critical status, we will receive an email. And in the next interval, we receive an email again, indicate that bad news and with information of the data of the module. And until the next day, it won't be triggered again. So if the module continues in critical status, tomorrow we will receive 2 emails. If we receive the first email at 12 o'clock, the next day at 12 o'clock, we will receive another email. 2 emails per day, and one, and in the next interval, the other one. Okay, If we want to configure an alert that triggers in every interval of the agent, we are configured like this. If the interval of the agent is 5 minutes, one time per 5 minutes in our of time. And that means that in every interval of the agent, supposing that it has the interval as default, this alert will be triggered. It is not so much interesting because if it is sending an email, it means that we are receiving email when module is in critical status every 5 minutes. Okay, but we can configure that if we need or we want. The mean numbers of alerts indicates how many times or how many intervals the module has to be in the condition type before the alert is launched. The default value is 0. That means that when the module is in critical status, at the first time, the first interval that our module is in critical status, the alert will be launched. Okay, but if I set 1, that means that at the second time that the modules is in this condition type, this alert will be launched. That means that if I associate the template, for example, to this module, if the mean number of alerts is set to 0, when this module goes down, goes on critical, we receive an email. But if it is set to 1, the first time, the first interval that this module goes critical, we are not going to receive an email. But the second time, the second interval, if the module maintains in critical status, we will receive the email. And we configure 2. At the second interval or the third interval, depends how you can see. Configuring on 2, if this module goes critical, the first interval that goes critical with the alert won't be triggered. The second time, the alert will be triggered. And the third time, at 10 minutes of time with this module failing, the alert will be triggered with this mean number of alerts. Okay. And here we have the condition type. The condition type is not always related with the status of the module. It usually does, but it's not mandatory. We have all of this condition type. Okay, when a module goes on critical status, when a module goes on unknown, on warning, on change. On change is when it changes its status. Always is in each interval with no matter of the data of the module. But we can configure alert to be launched depending of the data of the module, not at its state. Okay, for example, equal to is a condition that we can set here a value, and the alert is triggered when the value of the module is equal to 1. No matter the status of the module, but when the data of the module is equal to this value, the alert will be launched. Okay, that is not always are linked to the status of the module. Okay, they can be linked to the to the data of the module. If the data is equal or not equal to, if the data is over or lower or below value, if those match or not match the regular expression, okay, and all of these kind of things. The most common use is in condition time critical or warning status, but not always we not always want to create a template linked to the status of the model. This is the default action that will be launched, default action of the list of the action that we saw before, all of these actions. When this template is or when it is triggered, the alert linked to this template. Okay, the default action. When not another action is launched. When we link this template to a module, we understand this default action later. And we will have a advanced configuration that not always want to set here. And here in the template, we disable the alert recovery. Okay, by default, it is disabled, and the recovery will be launched when the module stops accomplishing the condition type. I mean, the condition type for this alert or for this template is critical status. If we enable the recovery, the alert recovery, that recovery will be launched when the module is not in critical status. I mean, if the module changes to warning status, the recovery will be launched. Okay. We have this option in the last LTS version to recover only normal status. Okay. In the case that we can avoid the that behavior. For example, if you have an email on recovery that it says, "Good news, your agent is recovered," and we don't want, and we have the alert recovery enabled, and we don't want to be launch the recovery when the module is in warning status, we have the that token of before. Okay, but if we set disable that token, keep in mind that the recovery is launched when it stop accomplish the condition of the template. Okay, not when it comes to normal status or something like that. Okay, in our case, we just create an alert with condition type critical status that will be launched a maximum of once per day with the default action mail to admin. Okay, we're going to test with this template. To link or to configure an alert to a module, because the alerts until we configure to a module doesn't do anything. We have to configure the alert to be triggered at the modules that we want. Okay, so we're going to test with a model. Model that I can change the status easy. For example, I am going to create a model of ICMP alert, Boolean, very simple model, alert. I have for the resources, for the load resources of my machine. Here I can see a lot of models queue. For that reason, this ICMP model doesn't start yet. Okay, I have to delete SNMP models according to the resources of my machine that is are very low. Okay. Okay. I test with this one, number 10, for example. Going to configure critical syscall 11. Okay, there's multiple ways to configure alerts to modules. The most simple way is to go to the agent that contains the module in which we want to configure the alert. Go to Manage tab, and here in Alerts, add alert, select the module where we want to configure the alert, select the action, in this case, type in log, and select the template that we want to launch. In my case, test. Test that, remember, it will be launched on critical status of the module, and then add alert. And here in view, I can see if the alert is triggered or not, and when it is the last triggered time. We configure alerts through polysite. It is the most common way to configure the alerts to several modules in several agents. We can configure alerts through here, create an alert, okay, or with bulk operation, that it is the last block on this path course, and we see later. But with bulk operation, we can add more than one alert to more than one agent. Okay, not one by one. But after the alert is configured in the module, if we force that module to go to that status, for example, changing the value of the module, number 10. Okay. We need that module, this module, to change the status to critical. Okay. And if we see the alert, we see the status is triggered, and the last trigger is X second ago, because the condition type of the template is to to go on critical status, and now the module goes on critical status. If we see in the main view, we can see the alerts is right now active 1 and currently triggered 1 also. So the alert is triggered. We can force the alert to check its behavior here, and the alert launches the command that creates a log file with the date of the module. Let's see if it is true. Alert. It is my log file. With the date of the model. The data is 12. The alert is triggered. And we're going to test recovery. The data will be 10. So it should type in this log file the number 10 after in a new line after 12. If if everything is correct and the recovery is launched. Okay. Now we see currently triggered alerts is no one. Status alert not triggered. And it types the number 10 in a new name after the other one. Regarding of the alerts, we have also the SNMP alerts that we talked before at the beginning of the day when we talk about the SNMP. And we can configure SNMP alerts through here, management, alert, SNMP alerts. We have more kind of alerts, but it's not shown in this training. Inventory alerts, to create alerts regarding to the inventory with a whitelist or blacklist. For example, if we have enabled the inventory of the software installed in each machine, we can create an alert of inventory with a blacklist and type in the name of the software that we want. For example, if we don't want the computers in of company has the uTorrent software program installed, we can configure a blacklist setting uTorrent, and if in this inventory software extract the data of uTorrent, an alert will be launched. Okay. Or a whitelist. A whitelist is the contrary. Whitelist is if we need to be installed the antivirus program in all the PCs of our company, we can extract the software and configure an alert of whitelist of the antivirus name. And if there's some machine without that antivirus in the software list, an alert will be launched. Okay, that's inventory. SNMP alert. We have to create the alert. And it works like a filters. Okay, in this case, we are going to see again what kind of here what kind of traps we are receiving. Okay, um, I remind that that SNMP alerts is related to the SNMP traps that we are receiving. I'm going to close Windows. Okay. It works like a filters. If we want that an alert is triggered when we receive any trap from the source with this IP address, this one, because it is there's the the IP address that is sending all traps. If I configure an alert just like this, just with this filter, this alert will be launched every time that we receive a trap in which the source is this IP address. Okay, but if I field also the OID or the enterprise string, this one, this alert will be launched when it receives a trap with this source and this enterprise string in the trap. For example, this is another enterprise string. This is one, and this is another one. If I configure this SNMP alert, it will be launched when this trap is received, but not with this trap, because um, the origin IP address it is matching, but not the enterprise string. The enterprise string of this trap is another one. Okay, so we configure a kind of filters. We now have filters for our alert. We can configure if there needs to be some data in a variable binding. Okay, this variable binding, for example, the data. It does match with this variable binding here. And here we can configure the action that will be launched when the alert is triggered. In this case, if I set a type to log, I see the macro that I configure with the field in the command. Okay, so when we receive a trap that match with this configuration, with this from this IP origin, with this enterprise string, and in the variable binding, we have this data. This action will be launched. Okay, that's the way to configure an SNMP alert. With the SNMP traps. Okay, I think we have regarding alerts. It's important to know also the SNTP server configuration for sending the alerts via email in the case that you want to configure. To configure your own SNTP server, in the case that you want that your emails is sending from your SMTP, you can configure through here, sending system settings, general setup. and before they are here, but now here, a less configuration. This is the configuration about your SMTP server. In the case that you don't configure anything here, the alerts will be sending using the internal postfix on your Pandora server that it is installed by default with your installation. Okay, and finally, more things that we can do with the alert. No, not here. Here, alerts. In the alert configure, we can disable the alert. We can put in standby. The difference between disable and putting in standby is that if we disable the alert, we will see disabled with the text in gray, but we don't know if the alert is triggered. Okay, it's like the alert is not existing. But if we set in a standby mode, we see if the alert would be triggered, but it doesn't launch the action and commands linked to this alert. So if this module change its status to critical, the alert will be triggered. We will see here that the alert will be triggered, but as it is in standby, it doesn't launch the command of this configuring this in this alert in this template. Okay, in disable mode, we won't be if the alert is triggered or not. We can add more than one action to the same alert, and we can delete the alert and see the configuration doing in the module of the alert. And we have a practical case. We let 10 minutes to do this exercise, and we correct the exercise. It is the same case that I did before. Write a specific message to a log file. Okay, so it's very. I think it's very easy. I let you 10 minutes in the case that you want to try to configure this exercise, this alert, and then I correct the exercise. Okay, we are going to correct the exercise. Um, it says create an alert along with all of these elements. First command, the alert must write a specific message to a log file. In the actions, the file name and the message must be editable. Okay. So first, we need to create the command. Create a new one. Exercise. Must write a specific message to a log file. Okay. The file name and the message must be editable. Okay. We can use the command echo with field one. It is the message. And this is the log file. In the macro field one, message, and field two, log file. Okay, this will be the command echo the message, and we redirect to the log file. We create this command, and in the action, the log file is named agent log, and the message must send the timestamp, the module status, the agent name, and the module name. Okay, so we have to create the action, exercise, with the command exercise, and the message must send the alert timestamp with the macro is timestamp. The module status, the macro is module status. You need to check the macros. Look at the link that I paste in the chat. The agent name, agent name. This is the macro that we need. And the module name. The macro is module. And the log file is named agent log. Example root agent log. So the command will be echo and this message, and it will be redirected to this log file. Okay, without a recovery because it is not needed to the exercise. Okay, and then we have to create a template. Exercise. The alert should file if the module is critical, connect to time critical status. It is okay. 2 times in a row. Max number of alert two, sorry. Every 2 hours. Time this call. 2 hours, 2 hours. And from Monday to Friday, from 8 to 7. Monday to Friday, remove, remove from 8 to 7. Uh, why it's not configure? 8, 7. Okay. And we have to configure the same for all the days. I'm not with the time, but if we want to be launched from 8 to 7 on all days, we have to set the same on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Every 2 hours, 2 times in a row, and that's all. And assign the alert to the host alive of the web agent. Web agent, manage alerts, auth alert, module host alive, actions, exercise, template, exercise, as alert. Okay, and that's all that we have to do to configure this an alert with this condition. We're going to see are going to change the block to see the graphs, views, and reports. And we finished this Pi course with the visual things that we can create in Pandora FMS once the our monitoring is deployed and we have already created the modules and the agents that we need in our environment. There's more ways to create monitoring that we will see in Pi course. Okay, but for the moment, the simplest way to create modules. We have all the information. We don't know yet how to create modules with plugins, but we will see tomorrow. Don't worry about that. But these teams, until we finish this course, um, will be useful when we have our monitoring already deployed to create graphs and visual console and dashboard with the data already reporting in our environment. First, we start with the graphs. There are two types of charts in Pandora FMS: module graphs. They are automatically created in each agent module. We already have seen this option to generate a module graph. Is just go to the module and press here, and we have the option here to change the time range, and we want to show the events and alerts associated to that module, and all the things that we can configure. We have it here in options. We also have in the agent view this graphs tab, in which we have the graphs already created for these for the models of the agents, and we can um, select and compare the graphs that we want and combine in one graph to see the data in the same graph at the time range when we want, okay, to generate a simple graph that sometimes may be useful to see the data in the same graph. But this is a graph for one time. When we go out from here, that configuration is deleted. So to create graphs that we can use it in other things with the models that we want in the same graph, we have the custom graphs. Okay. We can create custom graphs with the data of the models of different agents in the same graph, and graphs with different styles, not just line graphs or area graphs. Okay. And we can create that graphs here in reporting, custom graphs, graph list. It says that we don't have any graphs created yet. So to create a new custom graphs, we have to create custom graph and set a name. All visual the characteristic in Pandora, the visual items, we have to select a group. Okay. This group is just for the ACL permissions of the platform. I mean, here we have all the groups created in Pandora. We can create some more. And we always have the group all. If we set the group all for anything in Pandora, for all, for a graph or for report or for whatever we want, that means that every user that can access to this graph, no matter the group which that users have access, can see this item. Okay, because the privileges in Pandora I remind that it is linked a profile or read or write privileges or read reports or read agents or maybe read agents, but or read and write in agents and only read reports, and link it to a group. For example, to an user can have read privileges for the agents of the group network, and only can see agents for the group network. Okay, so if we have user with privileges for the group network, and this item belongs to group firewalls, although the user can see the custom graphs as it belongs to a group in which that user have not access, that user won't see this item. Okay, it's the same for all items in Pandora FMS. If we link to group all, that means that and the user with privileges with any group can see this item. Okay, knowing that, to create a custom graph, we have to set a name, a group, the periodicity when it is created. If we want to this graph have the data from the last day or from the last week. Okay, I'm going to configure the last day because this machine doesn't have enough data to fill the last week, and the type of the graph. We have type area, a ballet chart, a gauge, horizontal bars, line, pie, staked area, and line, and vertical bars. We're going to see any of these on this graph. Any type of graph has their own different advanced options, like showing full scale, for example. And when we select the type or for our graph, we press on create, and then we will see this option in this upper tab. To add some modules to this graph, we have to go to this graph editor and add the information that we want. This is a filter. If we want to look for a module that in an agent that belongs to the group network, we can filter for that group. Okay, and when we select the agents, it will be filtering by that group. If we select a group here, if we select all, we will see all the agents on our environment. We're going to create a custom graph with the data of the CPU of the agent that I installed in my machine Windows, and in the agent installing the Linux agent. We can select the two agents, and we can select only common modules if we want. I select the module CPU load, and I press on add. I don't know what this bug is. Since that version, in this version of this machine has a bug that it doesn't allow me to add items to a custom graph. We're going to see in this machine operation reporting custom reports. No, custom reports, no, custom graphs. Because this is the same way, but it is working in this machine. When we add elements to a graph, it will appear like this, okay? And we can see the graph generated here in this icon, okay? And we can change the type of our graphs. To see the type of graphs that we can create in Pandora. I think the bug is because it comes from another agent. I'm going to say to add to my grab the scopes with disused those ones. Yes. Okay, this is my graph with only the data of two modules, more types or the graph type pi, line, vertical bars, and a stack line. But this type of graph that I am selecting right now is just to see here in this screen. When I change or when I use this graph in another section of Pandora FMS, for example, in a visual console, it will be added as the type of graph selected here. If I want to change the type for this graph to be added um, to another visual thing, I have to change here. Okay. If I change here in this eye, it's only for this view. And that's all regarding graphs, very easy. Reports is another characteristic very important because once we have all our monitoring already deployed, we want to create automatically reports that in which we can see um, how is our monitoring, how is the status of our monitoring. Okay. With the main installation of Pandora FMS as default, it is this sample report created with some items. You can see the general agent inventory, the top CPU per agent, the general event report, and that's all. But to create the report that we want with information on information that we want, we have to go here to custom reports and then press on create report. Set the name that we want, the group that have access to this report, and then after pressing create, I can see these options here to add some items to this report. To add items, to add and see the items that we can add one by one, we have this item editor, so we can see all the items that we can add to the same report. One report or we can add in the same report different types or items. For example, a simple graph of a module and a monitor report of linked to a group or an SQL query customized by us. All of that in the same report. Okay. For this training, we are not going to see all of these items. We just see a couple of items and how to add that item to the same reports and how to view that information. The items that the customer usually wants to add are this availability item, because this item, or with this item, we can see how many time a module stays in the different status in a time lapse that we can configure. For example, if we want to see in the last day the information of one module, we can configure here the time lapse of 1 day. If we want to see the information or our work time, just the laboral time or every day. Okay. If we want to filter the status that we want to show, and if we press on create item, we need to set a name for this item. All the items in a report is needed to have a name. Availability. Create item, and then I need to configure the item that I want to add to the report. In this view, want to add interesting module. For example, this number 10 that I set the alert agent under C and number 10 module. Okay. If I view the report, I will see how many time this module is in OK status, how many time it is failing in the last 1 day, and what is the percentage time, percentage of the time that it is OK of the last time configured here. In this this same report, we can configure another item totally different, like a simple graph of another module. Simple graph, time lays 30 minutes, agent, CPU load, or better, the custom graph that we created before. The last 1 hour. And you see this is what I mean. In the previous screen, we can change the type of graph only for that view, but when we add that custom graph to the report or to Visual Console, it will be added as the type as it is created. So if I change the type of the graph here, in this report, it should change. Maybe I have to. No, it's another machine. Sorry. I go to here and reporting custom graph list, custom graph. Here, main data, gauge. And now it changed. Okay. There's also wizards to avoid add the elements in the report one by one. we have three wizards depending of the type of the item that we want to add. I use as an example this SLA wizard because this is a type very interesting, and I'm going to add more than one modules to see this SLA. The time lays for the last day is fine. Pandora, number 10 and 20. And SLA, we can configure the mean and value that has to be their modules to accomplish the SLA, or set in dynamic. If we set in dynamic, the SLA is accomplished when the data of their modules is not in warning or critical status. So it's fine for the most of the cases. And it is pretty similar to the availability item, but here we can set an SLA limit, so we can see if a model is accomplished this limit or not. We're going to see that. We add this item. Okay. Here we can see the SLA item for these three modules that I set. Okay, and I see like here the timing okay status for all the modules. Okay, for this module, it was failing for 2 minutes in the last day, so its overall percentage of failing time or in OK time, it's almost 100%. I set the SLA limit on 10%, so if the module is failing more than the 10% of the time of the last day, because I configure this item for the last day, it will be marked the status of the SLA as not okay. So with this item, not only see the time that the module is failing or it is in okay status, we can set the percentage of time that it is valid for us that it is failing or not. Okay. I'm not going to explain more items because there are a lot of items. It is better that you check for yourself and use the items that you need for each environment. But I do explain more options that we can do with the reports. With this tab list items, we can delete items that we added in this report, or we can change the position of the item. For example, if I want to change this item to the first position, we can move before position 1 after selecting, and now in my report, the first item that I see is the last item that I added. Okay. It is just for sort items, delete items, and to edit items. If I want to edit this item of availability, I can edit this item from here and changing the days of the work time or whatever I want. With this advanced configuration is to create the PDF version of this report. This is the first page of our PDF. If we want to change the logo to the logo of our company, we can do it from here, from these advanced options. If we want to change the footer, we can do it through here. And the header, we can do it from here. We can put a custom logo for our report. All of these are for PDF generation, okay? And here in the port task, we can configure a console task daily from here to send the custom report by email in the case that we want to send this report maybe once a month to the mail address or whatever we want. In the case that we want to send a custom report by email once a month, we can configure this task, schedule monthly, the next execution maybe tomorrow at 8, at 10, sorry, and report to be generated this one. The email address is where we want to send the report. The subject of the email that it will be sent it, the message of the email. This is optional. The report type, PDF, JSON or CSV, and the data of the items of the report. If we create here that schedule, we will see here in discovery, task list, console task. We see is this one. If you want to delete that schedule generation, you can delete from here. And to see and download the reports in the format that you want, you just want to go to custom reports, and this report you can see in HTML view. It is the same as before, or PDF view. Click on export. Depending of the size of your report, it takes more or less time to generate. Okay, remember that the header and the footer and the first page logos can be changed. Here we have the report in PDF. And we can export in another formats as JSON, CSV, send the report by email directly, and duplicate, delete, or edit the report. Edit is the same that if you click it in the name. Here in this chapter, we can see some views on Pandora FMS. I don't like to spend sometimes here because all the views are here and there's a lot of that. I like to mention the views that I like the most as my main view, to see my environment and the agents that I have in my in my system and data status. I like to see this 3 view, okay, to expand here the groups and the agents in that groups. In this 3 view, I only see the groups that have at least one agent in the group, not all the groups in our platform. We can filter for agents or for a specific group. And so maybe the agents in the status critical for if we want. And I'd like to use this view. Agent detail is very useful also. We can filter by the status of the of the agent, for the operating system, uh, or whatever we want about the agent. Monitor detail is the only screen that allow us to find if I want to find a model of an BMI model, for example. I can filter by data type, BMI, generic Boolean, or generic numeric, and I can see the models that is WMI. I go here usually when I'm looking for models of a web user experience, because it's the only way to filter that kind of models. And sometimes I create the models in some agents and I don't remember the agents where I create. So I have to go here, filter by the type of model, and I can see here where the models are. And some clients like this group view. It is a summary of our environment by this filtering by the groups. And tactical view is almost the same that the main view. Okay. Reports. Okay, let's go rest for around 10 or 15 minutes before starting the last two chapters, talking about Visual Console and network maps and dashboards. I don't know if we will have time to see uh, the two chapters, because this one of bulk operation is very short. Maybe we have to let the dashboard for tomorrow, but we're going to try to see the two chapter in the last hour that we have. We're going to take the break for 10 minutes to be sure that we can end at least this chapter, and we go back until we finish the training for today. We see you in 10 minutes. Okay, we're going to finish the last block of today, talking about Visual Console and network maps. Um, a Visual Console, I like to define as a black canvas in which we can configure some elements linked to different items of our monitoring. Um, and then we can use that Visual Console in as to see in a simple view if there's a problem in our installation. Um, um, Now we are going to create one Visual Console with different items to see what we can do with that Visual Console. And we're going to create a network map. Network maps is a graphic representation of the network of our environment that can be created automatically or manually. As we saw when we configure on the network scan, it was a button where we can enable to create a network map daily with our um, network scan. And the and network or network scan, and the network maps can be created from zero, adding the agents and the relationship that we want from a network scan automatically, or from a group. And if we have configured the partnership between the agents in our environment, we can create a network map with all the relationship between that agents already connecting from agents that belongs to a concrete group. We're going to create some network map and Visual Console as a sample. We need to check if in this machine there's some Visual Console already created to show you. Topology maps, Visual Console. This is an example of a simple Visual Console with these elements. This is different graphs of different modules, three uh, three graphs like this, another two graphs or two different modules using a module graph. Okay, and two different icons linked to the status of two modules, or in this case, two different agents. No, this is linked to the status of an agent that, if we remind, the status of an agent depends of the status of the most critical module inside that agent. And this is the status of a module. This is linked to a host alive. We can link also different Visual Consoles between them. Uh, for example, a Visual Console that we can create could be a word map with the different countries and with an icon in each country linked to another visual console. And in that visual console can be that country, and we can link the icons of that country to the CPDs that we have in that country, and if there's a CPD failing, we can see in the world map maybe the icon for an Spain country in red, indicating that there's something failing in Spain. And if we click in that icon in Spain, we open another visual console with the map of Spain, and we see in that visual console in the different regions all of CPDs that we can have in Spain, and we could see a CPD in red in Madrid, indicating that there is something failing in that CPD that we have in Madrid. So this is an example of a Visual Console linked. But we're going to see how we can create those network links and those Visual Console. Let's start with the network maps. To create a new network map, we have to go to topology map, network map, and remember that when we created our network scan in the previous this morning, we check a token that says create a network map. Okay, this is the network map created through those network scan. Okay, I have not known items connected to each other. Okay, I have just one router and or one switch, and all of these machines connected to this switch. But if there's something connected to this agent, we could see the connection between these two elements. This is automatically generated, okay? But we're going to see how to create a new one, a new network map. We can create an empty network map and add all the elements manually and their connections. We usually won't do that because we want to create the network maps automatically. So the most of the time we will use this option, create a network map. Okay, we see that information on the screen. We need to set a name for our network map, net map. Example, the group that can access and see this network map, a description if we want. And this is the source or to create a network map. The source could be a group, a discovery task, or an IP mask. Okay. If we select the source discovery discovery task, we need to select the discovery task that will create this map. It is the same that the map already created. This is a map created taking the source, the discovery task that we created before. So the discovery task, I think we can see what it can create with this network map. Um, we can create using this source one group or the group all to add to our network map all the agent in our environment with their connection that we have configured in that agent. Or we have to select a source as a IP mask and configure here a range of IP addresses, and it will be added to the map the agents that whose IP addresses match with the sources that we indicate here. All of that agent has to be their IP addresses field, and it will be added that agents to that map. The most common use to create a network map is using a group or discovery mass source. Okay, and with discovery task, um, when we configure that discovery task, we can create the map directly, and we can edit after the creation. So if we go here to network map, the most of the time we use the source as a group. Okay. If we want to configure a refresh time, we can configure here. And if we, this is the method of application of the network map, spinning over radial dynamic. If we save, this is a very easy network map because I don't have the relationship added to to my agents. Okay, how we can add relationship between the agents to create an automatic network map with the connection already added. We can configure the connection between the agents. If we create the agents through a network scan, the relationship will be already added. But if we want to add a connection between the agents manually, we can go to any agent, for example, this one, and in the setup of the agent, if we remember in advance, in this advanced configuration, we have here the parent agent. We talk about the parent agent when we talk about the cascade protection modules. You remember we said that in the case that we have a access point connected to a switch, and if the switch is failing, we want to configure that not the alerts in the access point will be launched, and we configure the switch as the parent agent of the access point to enable the cascade protection modules. Okay, but we can set a parent agent, for example, router, without setting the cascade protection modules. Okay, this is useful because it is a relationship between this agent and router. So when we generate a network map using those agents, I will have to create a new one. Now I'm going to delete this one to create another one. um, we create a new network map using a group. The connection between these two agents is already added because I configured the parent agent of this agent as router. So this agent will be connected to router. Okay. We also may to configure inside the network map the relationship manually. Okay. If we click on the relationship of this node, we can erase this relation or change it. Okay. The relation is not. Now. And we can define a children element. And if we want to connect to this element, define as a parent element. Okay. So in this way, we can change the connection manually. We usually don't want to do that. We want to the connection to be connected automatically, and it is from network scan. Okay, if we create agent from a network scan, the communication could be automatically filled if the security of the devices allows that. Okay, and if we enable the SNMP out monitoring in the NetScan, if the two agents are connected between each other through a network interface, we will see the network what network interface it is connecting to each other. Okay, but to fill that automatically, we have to discover those agents with a network scan. In network map created, we can, as we saw, change the relationship between the nodes, see the information of the node here. Their color is the color, the criticity of the agent. Okay, and we can delete the nodes. If we want to add a new node to this network map manually, we can click with the right button to an empty space on the map and click on Add Node and select the agent that are not in the map. I don't remember the agent that I deleted. So desktop, add agent node, and I can connect with the node that I want. This network map can be used in the dashboard, as we will see when we see the dashboard also, or see the network map right here in this screen. And about Visual Console, we're going to create one Visual Console. To create a new one, we got to go here, Topology Maps, Visual Console list, and we have to create a new Visual Console. The name, new Visual Console is okay. We can add a background image for our Visual Console, for example, this one. um, or a background color if we don't want to select an image. I don't know the difference because okay. Background is we select a background already loaded in Pandora server, and with this background image, we can select file from our computer. Okay. This is like the layout side that we can customize. If we check this token of a favorite visual console is to be shown this visual console here. I want to check. And if we check this item, the visual console will adjust to our monitor in full screen, no matter the layout size. Okay. Operation. Okay, this is the visual console that I just created, and it appears there because it is marked as favorite. Okay, if it does not mark as favorite, we cannot see here the visual console. To add elements to a visual console, we have to check this edit token, and those are all the items that we can add to our visual console. The most common elements that we want to add is this static image or grabs, some maybe an icon and service items, but we don't have any service created yet. So let's start with this static image. Static image is a icon that is linked to a module or to an agent and its status. For example, if we want to add an icon link to the status of the CPU load for a system, we need to select the agent that contains that module and the module itself. CPU, for example, CPU load. And select the icon that we want. I don't know, this one. And pressing OK. And we can see the possible icon depending of the status of the item that is linked to this icon here. It is the icon that will be shown when the element is on critical status, okay, warning, and unknown, not in its status. Okay. More things, we can enable the show last value. And it appears the number with the last value, but maybe we don't see the value because of the background is in the same color because it should be there the last value of the module. If we want to link to another visual console, so if we click on the icon we will go to the visual console that is link. Okay, and those are the specific settings of this kind of items. But we have those two tabs. Okay, that are general settings and label settings. Almost all the elements have this also this tab of label and general settings. In the general settings, we can set the position in the visual console where we want to order this icon. If we want to enable this the link of this item or not, if it is not linked to a visual console and the link enable token is set, as we link this item to a module. When we quit the edit in this visual console, if I click in this item, we will go to the monitor detail of the module link to this item. Okay, if I disable this token, I cannot click in the icon. So on top is if I add another icon, this one as a sample, note that the second icon, it is under the first icon. No, the first one is under the other one. So if I want to change that, I can mark this show on top, and it always so on the top of the rest of the elements on the visual console. This pattern is to create a line that between the parent icon and this icon. Okay, to create this line. And if I move this icon, then I move with the icon. I'm going to erase this line. This restrict access to group. If we configure here a group and we enter to this visual console with an user that doesn't have access to see things of this group, it won't see this item. It can access to the visual console. It will be the rest of the items, but it won't see this item if they don't have access to application group. And this catch expiration is the time that if we let this visual console here in full screen, the time that takes for this icon to renew its data. Okay, and the label settings can set a test that it's shown here, and we can change the color. What is the color? format, text color. Okay, if I want to type something, maybe to identify the this item, I can set a label for that item and use the label and the position that I want. Mm. To see more possible items, you can configure a module graph with selecting the module that we want. For example, Pandora EC, CPU load, in the interval the last day, and the rest of the option that we have for all the graphs. Note that the general settings and the label settings are the same that we saw in the other item. Okay, and we can select the type of graph that they want to add. Okay, and we can change the position in my Visual Console and change the size of the size of the elements. And if I want to copy an element, I have to select the element and click on here. And I want to erase the element to delete. I can press here. Simple value. I just have to select a module. And it is an item just to see their value. How we can change the size and the color of this element here in label settings. In label settings, I have to edit this macro value and change the size and the color if I want. Okay. This is the last value of the data of the module that I link to this item. I can also process to show the average value of the last 6 hours, or the periodicity that we want, or to see the maximum value that this module had on the last day. Okay. More things we can add a clock if we want, analogic or digital. And with the time zone that I want. Okay, for color. And it is just an icon without being linked to any element, to any other element in Pandora. It can be useful to configure links to this icon to another Visual Console or whatever we want. And when we click in this icon, we go to another place on our Pandora server. but it is not linked to any status of any module. And it is a label that only is a test that we can set in what we want in our Visual Console. This color. Okay, it's a test and just a test. I recommend to play with the rest of the elements, so you can see what can create, because there's a lot of potential with this Visual Console. With these wizards, we can add more than one element at the same time. Here in the view, we can set in full screen mode. Visual consoles and dashboards, the main use are to let in the typical TVs that is in the middle of the office to see what happened in our environment where just in one look. If we want to delete some elements, not one by one, we can access to this list of elements, or we can delete or change the position or the some parameters here. Okay, and we can also, if we add a remote check, like the operator status of an interface, the status of an interface, this is a remote check. If we add item linked to that remote check, we can press here on force, and we force all that remote checks that we add in this Visual Console. With these two tokens, it is to put a grid to if we have to if we want to be sure of where we put the items, and if we set in maintenance mode, it means that the other user that that's not admin will see a screen saying that this Visual Console is on maintenance mode. Okay, and so we can make change in this Visual Console, and the other user don't see the changes until we are done with them. Okay. And the Visual Console, to end with this, we can generate a public link of the Visual Console. A public link, it is a link that we can send to another user that doesn't have any user created in Pandora to access to Pandora, and that user can see the Visual Console or can access the Visual Console with this link. We create some users, but we want to send this Visual Console to another user that has not their own user in this Pandora console. We can generate this public link and send this link to that user and can access to this Visual Console without a user in Pandora, in our Pandora system. Okay. For dashboard, there exists this characteristic also, this public link. Okay. If we return to Visual Console list, we can copy the Visual Console or delete that Visual Console. Okay. I think I explained everything about Visual Console. There is a case study to create a Visual Console that reflects the result consistent of Pandora FMS. It is just to create a Visual Console, adding the elements of the modules that we already have in the agent installed in our Pandora server. Okay. You want to do for your own this exercise, and if you have any questions, tomorrow can be solved. Okay, because today we have not enough time to do this exercise. And dashboard is a very short thing. I think in these 4 minutes I explain the dashboards. Dashboard is another characteristic of another visual element that we can create on Pandora. We can access the dashboard through here. And to see if there's a visual concept that I can show you. This is an example of one dashboard with many elements added as random. Okay. To configure a dashboard, we add widgets that we already loaded in Pandora FMS. This, for example, is a widget that shows the tactical view. This is another widget to load the different modules that we previously selected. Those are more widgets that shows the module grab or 4 different modules. Another widget that shows the status of the agent with this view, this high view. Another widget that shows the last day events. Another widget that shows some modules in these as a tabs. Okay. To create a new dashboard, we have to go to dashboard list. We have 2 sample dashboard as default. So you can see we can achieve. Okay. But to create a new one, we have to create a new dashboard, saying that we want a mention the group that can access to that dashboard. And we have those 3 options. Favorite is the same that in the Visual Console. If we mark this dashboard as a favorite, we see the dashboard early here in this menu. If we set this dashboard as private, it means that only the admin users and the user that create this dashboard can see the dashboard. Although the other user have access to the group that belongs to that dashboard. Okay, just to the string who can access to this dashboard. Admin user can see everything, so we can avoid that an admin user can see this dashboard. And this the range is because some elements are working in we can configure a range in its in some widgets. for example, of the data of some modules, or in when we add a module graph. If we select here a range, all the graphs and all the widgets that we add in this dashboard will take this range. It is to create or add the elements that we want in the dashboard that uses this range without configuring the range in each widget individual. Okay, we create a dashboard, and it is created with one cell, and it is asked to select a widget for that cell. We have all of these widgets that we can add to a dashboard. Okay, for example, custom report that we created before. We can select that, add widget, and some widget needs configuring before use it. In this case, it is a widget to show a custom report, but we don't configure yet what custom report we want to show. So we can configure the widget and set just what custom report we want to show here. And the teacher, but the teacher is not necessary. Okay, and we can change the size of the widget, or copy, or delete. If I want to add more widget, I have to add a cell first. Okay, here in this button, we have to add a cell and then add a new widget in that cell. For example, this group status widget, I need to configure that widget also, because I have to set what groups I want to show in that widget. For example, that it is a summary of those the elements that we have in those groups, and I want to add one of a 3 view, and configuring it is the same that the view of 3 view, but we can configure to see the groups that to see a specific group and be opened, and to show only the agents in the status that we want. Okay, and if I disable the edit mode in this widget, look that we can interact with the widgets, with some of them. Okay, for example, with this 3 view of this widget, we can expand the 3, and we can click in a module and see the information of the module. It is interesting, and another widget that it is the event list of latest event, because we can configure events by criticity, event status, all events, to see the event of monitoring critical status of the last day, for example. Okay, for all the groups. And here I have this element that shows what modules comes in critical in the last day. Okay. The event validated is that events that generated, but it stop or occurring. For example, this module, module number 10, goes on critical 2 hours ago, but it recovered. Okay, we can select all the status only not validated to see only the not validated. Okay, we can. We're going to finish the course because there's people that have to go. We reach the hour, and tomorrow we will finish the information. We'll finish to see this dashboard. Okay, there's no problem about that. And we finish to see the bulk operation. Okay, because there's people that have to go. And tomorrow we continue with the formation. I am going
Okay,
to.
guys. Okay, guys. I think you tired today.
Yes, it is an intensive formation.
Yes. Okay. Okay, guys. Tomorrow, same time. Sorry, Jose, I will switch to Russian. Коллеги, завтра тогда в то же время, на том же месте. Вот, если есть какие-то без проблем, напишите или в личку мне, или на e-mail. Соответственно, сегодня команда тренинг Team разошлет запись вчерашней сессии. Там, по-моему, 2 файла, если не ошибаюсь, чтобы вы могли, как бы, если что, пересмотреть. Есть ли какие-то вопросы, возможно?
Александр, а можно вопрос по экзаменам, по сертификации?
Угу.
Вот как-то я упоминал это вчера. Ну, я что-то пытался сегодня в обед посмотреть на сайте Пандоры, что-то не до конца разобрался. У нас эти экзамены включены в наше обучение, или это дополнительно надо оплачивать, заказывать? Или, ну, то есть вот как это связано?
Нет, у вас экзамен включен, он будет, мы, скорее всего, это начало, в начале мая будет.
То есть вот эти вот 2 попытки, как у них там написано, или?
Да, то есть, в принципе, первая попытка, потом вы, например, можете там на следующий этот записаться и еще раз попробовать.
Ага, это все включено в курс.
Да, это включено, это не переживайте, это мы, в принципе, отдельно оговаривали.
Я не в курсе был.
Нет, все хорошо, не волнуйтесь.
Все, спасибо.
Вот. Так, может быть, еще какие-то вопросы? Так, ну все устали, я думаю, уже не до вопросов. Окей, коллеги, тогда я обратно переключусь на английский. Окей, Jose, I think today we can finish. Tomorrow, same time, same place.
Yes.
Yeah. Training team will share recording for the yesterday session, and tomorrow I think he will share information for the recording for today, for example, like that.
Tomorrow I will send you the recording for today also, same as today, but I receive permission for some users to be able to edit the session to be able to download. So they have access to the recording, and they know who they are the recordings.
Okay. If it's okay, it's no problem. Anyway, we have a copy. If it will be needed, we have it. No problem.
Perfect. I giving permissions of editor to anyone with the that has the link to avoid be one by one giving permissions. Okay. So everyone with the link can download the recordings.
Okay. Tomorrow we will finish PAT course. Yes, correct?
Yes, yes. It is only 2 blocks to finish the path part. I think in 1 hour. I hope we finish the path and we start with pi.
Okay, super. Okay, guys, have a nice evening.
Уточнение одно маленькое.
Да, конечно.
Значит, в продолжение, опять же, про экзамены. То есть мы должны в какой-то ограниченный срок их сдать, там месяц, полгода, я не знаю, или чтобы не потерять попытку, или как получится, так получится.
Давайте я вот это уточню. Скорее всего, мы сделаем какой-то отдельный, может быть, 1-2 выделенных времени, либо в общей группе, да, как бы вместе со всеми, либо сделаем отдельно для вас именно тайм-слоты, когда можно будет сдать.
Ну, неплохо было бы, чтобы вы там как-то нам отписали по этому поводу.
Я вас понял. Конечно, конечно. Это решим. Вы хотели бы сразу попробовать сдать или все-таки взять какое-то время, чтобы поработать? Чтобы я просто
Не,
понимал.
я бы хотел поготовиться к экзамену.
Я вас понял. Все. Тогда, то есть, не сразу, а там, может быть, через в течение недельки, да, после окончания курса.
Ну, наверное.
Я вас понял. Хорошо. Сделаем. Окей. Еще, может быть, вопросы какие-то?
Okay, I'm going to stop the recording.
Окей. Окей, супер. Окей, коллеги.